Okay. Jeez. Mm, 30. Or the playing from iPad. I'm not even playing from iPad. Alexa, disconnect from iPad. Now disconnected from iPad. Hi, Mary. How are you? Where's okay? Sorry. Hi. Hi, Patrick. Okay, so oh, we got shrimp, plantains, turkey sausage, and eggs. That's what we're having. Hi, Perez. Hi. Oh, that's way too much garlic. So we're just gonna pull up um, shrimp. We're just gonna, oh goodness, we're gonna put a couple of pieces of garlic to the side. I want 4 pieces. Watching the amount. And we're also gonna put onions and garlic and yeah, We're just gonna use onion and garlic. We're gonna put onion and garlic over the meats. Okay. So gives you a grip to keep you covered. Yeah, whether it's on your car insurance or taking a break from being the auto tune guy. So what we're gonna do first is we washed off our plantains. That's already that. Gotta wash the outer layer. Just I'm compelled to do so. We need a plate. Okay. So I'm gonna lay that down. And we're gonna cut up the plantains first. Hi everybody. This was my house. I decorated it, I weeded, I planted, I mowed, I did everything. I was happy. Bragger left it here. But seeing it just makes me angry. I really have a hard time believing that the person that I've known for 25 years, my best friend and a roommate, could do what she did. Okay. But it was diabolical. It was evil. It was plotted and planned so perfectly. She found joy in tormenting me. I don't think I was human to her. I think if I had died, she would have sat in this house with my child. Yeah. And I don't think she would have ever thought of it again. Just one year in the play. I met Janie in 1995. I was 22, and she was 4 years older than me. She was a very nice person, very sweet, a little bit shy. They are always very nice and very sweet. When we met at first, hanging out socially, I had okay, so and moved back to the peel my parents' one. Rachel and I were very close when she was growing up. She's the sixth out of 7 children. Okay. Rachel's first husband was quite. These are definitely perfect because the skin is coming out. Done his way. Very easy. I think it was a bad start for her. We're just gonna cut these on an angle. It ended so quickly. Not too big. After Rachel's divorce, small. I think she felt probably not as confident as maybe she should have. And that's when she met Janie. I was so used to being constantly criticized, but she didn't judge me. And it felt like I finally found somebody who was letting me be me. Those in a skin to already. I lived at home with my parents, but was hoping to get out. And she had lived in an apartment by herself that had got broken into, and she didn't want to live alone. We'd only known each other a couple months, but just looked at each other. Okay, there's the solution. Okay. When I first moved in with Janie, I felt very safe. I had never lived alone. I went from my dad's house to college to married. So that's her strengths, the finances, there. Making sure bills were paid. Yeah, we had my money and her money. Did that to the side. What I did with my now we're going to. And so she cut up the sausage. So adult to me. She just quietly taught me how to do some of these things. And my strengths were helping her make friends, but also helping her have fun. Janie and I would go nice little thin slices. Would sometimes pretend like I didn't speak English. She was my interpreter. We were immature and kind of silly, but we had fun. when we first met Janie, we did not think she was as odd as she ended up being. I think Janie had not really had very many girlfriends or friends growing up, and she attached herself to Rachel and really, I think, kind of tried to be like her. Wanted to, you know, 6, 7, 7 slices. Be her friend. That's enough.
When I met Rachel, initially it was just in passing because I
gotta make sure that I take a picture of this so that when I go back to the supermarket, I know exactly what I'm looking for.
She was a paramedic, so you know, do you become friendly with the people who drop patients off? Rachel was fun and gregarious and always out and about and dating and had friends and a great job. As gregarious and outgoing as Rachel is, Jamie was the yang to that yin. So quiet, reserved. Anytime that we would think about dancing, if someone would come to try to talk,
we got a nice big purple onion. We're gonna.
There was an air of resentment that would come over Jamie. There was this undercurrent always of possessiveness that was directed toward Rachel. I eventually met this guy who was dreamy, and I was just head over heels. I started to react differently.
Nice little piece.
Very aggressive in her, you know, opinions of him, and something in her changed. It was very dark. I'd never seen that side of her.
We're gonna use. I have a tomato in here that I really want to start eating and get rid of, so we're gonna use that. Wash this off. Yes, I do wash my onion. You never know.
Always, I'm protective of him because he seems like he's a player. So I felt bad for even being upset with her. I initially thought that it was an instance of unrequited love or some sort of jilting of someone who wanted to be in a romantic relationship with her best friend. That kind of began the era where everyone thought that she was in love with me, and she wasn't. She's not in love with me. But then she started to get jealous if I made. She would almost incoherently start screaming at me. In front of the person, she would call me a whore. When I would ask her, do you just not like me? She would say, you're my family. I don't want to lose. You know, looking back, it's easy to see some of the controlling nature that was going on. And eventually, I did slow down my social activities to suit her.
I just want to prep everything
first. Like I was being a bad person. Their friendship seemed to be
4 pieces of garlic
out of a balance of highs and lows, and that glue of opposites attract, and perhaps somewhere in there, a codependency developed. I was a paramedic for 6 years, and then I hurt my back. I herniated a disc, and I tried to go back to work, and it just kept hurting it. The doctors saying I can't sit for X amount of time, I can't lift more than 10 pounds. And so because of the back injury, I was no longer able to work as a paramedic. Prior to that, Jeannie took care of the money issues, but I contributed financially. And the last time I did, and I felt guilty about that. I was always big into fitness and being active. My career,
the garden.
All 3 of those things were taken away. And it was a very short period of time between this happening and then I found out I was pregnant at the same time. it was a situation where the biological father, he opted out. Janie and I, we at this point been roommates for many years. And for the first time in our friendship, Janie had 100% control over me because I didn't have a job.
Okay.
I was pregnant.
And we're just gonna put the garlic right over the onions.
I needed her.
Together.
So it was tough. It was really tough. I didn't have anything that I enjoyed.
And I'm gonna dice up some of these. Some of the to make that.
Ryder, come here. Ryder is magic. He's the best thing I've ever done.
4 slices.
Ryder,
hi, Jen. I see you down there.
Ryder has autism.
Hi, honey.
He's conversationally nonverbal. When he was young, they told me that he likely wouldn't speak at all because by a certain age, he didn't have any verbal skills.
Okay. Hey, girl.
I'm big into
So we got our 4 slices of tomato. We're just gonna dice this up the same way that we did the garlic.
And so the next 18 months, I sang everything. Because the neuroplasticity is a different pathway for speech and singing. And so I knew that if the speech one wasn't working, I was trying to get the music part.
Okay.
It worked. Writers, words, and songs.
Put that right over the garlic.
And he still, to this day, like loses himself to music. He said he's magic.
Okay.
Being a single mom.
So that's already prepped. Now we're gonna do
large insurance policy, and whoever
shrimp.
had control of Ryder in the life of for his care.
I wish I knew where that small knife is. I have no idea where it's at right now.
Was listed as the guardian of Ryder in my will. I trusted her 100%, which I paid for later. After I had my son, I herniated a disc once again from having the delivery. I was in a lot of pain, but I thought, get better. People herniate their discs and it doesn't always turn surgery. So I let it go for a really long time because I was convinced that I could live life as normally as I could. Eventually, I had to do an MRI. The doctor said, you need surgery or else you're going to have permanent disability. When I had the surgery in 2015, Jeannie and I, at this point, been friends for 20 years. When I would first get home from the surgery, I had to take pain medication to control a ridiculous amount of physical pain. Most of the time, I would just lay in bed. Jeannie would
gonna
watch
clean our shrimp.
this happen and feel bad for me. And so she started taking care of Ryder. Because of Rachel's back injury, she wasn't really able to pick him up and care for him. That's where Janie came in as being a second mother, if you will. She's able to do the lifting. She's able to put him in carriers and take him to the car back and forth. That's something that Rachel wasn't able to do at the time, but felt grateful that Janie was there to do it. I wasn't around him a lot because I lived 5 hours away from her. So the family was very happy that Rachel had a friend, somebody to help her. And we were glad that Janie was
as dedicated to Ryder as she was.
A training session.
So tedious for this part, for the shrimp.
Helping Indigenous people have opportunities in life.
She had a pretty flexible job. And at this point, I was on medical disability. And so she got us enrolled in the
We're gonna
program.
wash them again. Just wanna
To basically help me.
make sure to get out
Ryder,
this.
what they call
Because they have it at the bottom and at the top. They butterfly the top, but they don't do the bottom.
do very well financially.
There's only 2 left. Then we're gonna crack the eggs and then we're gonna start cooking.
Eventually, her main focus became taking care of Ryder.
Okay.
There were times when there'd be events at school that I was well enough to go to, and it was like we would walk in and she's talking to the other parents that I don't even know. She's talking to the principal. She's like the mayor of the school. She started letting people believe that she was Ryder's parent.
Crazy.
She's not his mother, and she's not a parent of his. It was after that she started wanting to take Ryder to work with her. We kind of started fighting over who would have Ryder. It's not who has to have him, it's who gets him. I did stand up for her and said, okay, it's my child, and this is the final answer. She didn't like doing that, but she didn't have a choice.
This is what it feels like.
This is the last little one. I didn't buy jumbo shrimp this time because they were not on sale.
Between 2015 and 2018,
the smaller ones were at a better price, so I got those instead. Okay.
I start to fall all the time.
And the shrimp we're gonna leave in the water until we're really ready for them. I don't want to leave them out on the counter. It's like shrimp, like absorb temperatures really fast, so leave them on the counter until they start absorbing the warmth in the house.
It was addressed to me, and it was report that Ryder had been assigned a guardian ad litem for custody case. Jody was worried about Ryder's safety being home. So I called her, and she answered. And I said, "Are you stupid? Right?"
Sit that there.
She said, "Yeah." And then she hung up on me.
Okay.
And so I but they called her, and so they called her back and said, that hasn't served yet. But she filed a protective order against her. And I'm looking at I can barely walk. I have surgical stitches in me. I'm as big as a kid. You're like, protect me. But now, her house. But you're not. What? I thought I lost.
Hi, Q. How are you? Good morning. Well, is it afternoon now? Yeah, it's definitely afternoon. Good afternoon, honey. I'm making lunch. I'm making shrimp, turkey sausage, eggs, and plantains. So that's what we're making. There's this right here. And now we're just gonna crack the eggs.
She's a good mother. And it was just devastating. That was the first time in his life that she'd ever been away from him. That's that. Tries to take someone's child. Any mother knows that that's the worst thing you could do to another. I left the home. I hadn't driven in years. I shamed me. And I went to a hotel with Dad helped me get Child Protective Services came out. They met with her first. She told them that I was a drug addict, that I had become addicted to my pain medicine. Okay. That I wasn't really taking care of my child, and that Janie had to step in and do it. And then when they came and talked to me, it was like within 3 minutes, they knew she'd been lying about everything. She didn't say, not only did she not say you had this or she didn't say you had eating, she just made it sound like you were just addicted to opiate. They ended up giving Ryder back to me 10 days later, based on standing for. I gotta get these little white parts out. I really don't like that part of the egg. At this point, my mom had passed away, and my dad had moved across the country to South Carolina. So Ryder and I didn't have anywhere to live. And so we moved into a family shelter. Well, I appreciated everything the shelter did. Pieces out. I can't stand it. Phenomenal work. I don't know why. It's like even when you cook eggs, it's like that little white part. I guess that's what they would call the umbilical cord or whatever it is that it is. He regressed, and he certainly. It don't never cook. Even when you scramble eggs and stuff, it's like that little jelly part is still there. I don't like it. I don't like it. And asked me if she could see Ryder. So, Ryder is still out. Now that everything is prepped, we're going to start seasoning. We're going to season the eggs a little bit with this. We're going to season everything with this a little bit because I love this. So, we're going to add that to the eggs. And he apologized. She started talking about how she was in a dark place. A little bit of Goya to the eggs, just a little. Yeah. A little. And parsley to the egg. Felt like the Janie that I know. She was just jovial and happy. And for the shrimp, I'm gonna drain the shrimp. Everything's gonna be okay. But I'm gonna leave it in the refrigerator until it's ready. So with the shrimp, we're gonna add. Yes. Right, I wanted to go home. With the shrimp, we're gonna add a little. I knew that I was gonna need another shrimp. Oh yeah. Yeah, I didn't have anyone to help me with Ryder, so I just like onion. Open sesame. It's a dash. This is like real fine powder. A little garlic. Do that to her. Okay. You know, what else is she capable of? And we're gonna add the crushed red pepper flakes onto the actual turkey sausage. So we're gonna leave that out to the side. We're gonna leave that out to the side. Put the egg over here. Immediately began to improve. Let me move this. And she was taking really good care of him. Light on. I know this oil is pretty old, but I've used it probably like 3 times. But we're gonna use it just one last time. Or I put myself in a position where I couldn't. Just to cover the bottom of the pan. Hey, buddy, what's going on? I'm gonna throw it away, I swear. But we're gonna put the shrimp in the refrigerator until we're ready. Stab. And turn on the flame.
Get it hot. All right. Let's bring over
When I
the
got
other
first grade in April of 2019, everything went fairly easy.
sausage,
Janie,
onion, garlic, and tomato, plantains, and I got the eggs. Shrimps is in the refrigerator.
that I had
The
that were like
heat is on.
part of my body that was either on the back of my
The
body
heat
or
is on.
Jamie
Heat is getting hot.
the task of cleaning them, putting any ointments.
And that's all we're waiting for right now. We're just waiting for that to get hot.
A few weeks after surgery,
I'm kind of conflicted. I don't know if I'm gonna make me a smoothie or if I just want to have my salsa water with orange juice.
and a couple of times there were just things where she would rub it, and I would say, "Why are you rubbing?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm just seeing, like trying to just see if weird stuff that kind of didn't make sense, but it never occurred to me." There's something much embarrassed about it. And then they started to hurt really bad. I would go to her and say, "Can you look at it and tell me if I need to look at it?" And she would say, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" It's very not me. Swelling and that pushing me against the table. I insisted that I was going to do it. I went and I sit there, and Godfrey standing behind me, took the bandage off, and I felt him almost jump back. And I said to him, "What's wrong?"
What was she doing?
He said, "This massive infection."
Oh, hell no.
The way he described it was blue cheese coming out of my room.
Ew.
He said, "I'm going to call an ambulance because you have to go to the ER right now."
What?
They had to go in and basically reopen everything.
What kind of smoothie? I was gonna make the same one that I made last time. I do not have any strawberries, so I'm definitely gonna use the dragon passion fruit with the mango, a banana, some yogurt, a little bit of milk. That was the smoothie that I was gonna make. I think I should just go ahead and make the smoothie anyway. I'm gonna make the smoothie. So.
I got it.
Hold on. I forgot an ingredient. I have habanero peppers. So we're gonna use one of these habanero peppers real quick. I forgot that I had them.
I feel the life like draining out of me. It was during this time that I, to the core of me, knew I was going to die.
The issue with bacterial infections when people are in a compromised health state is if they progress and get into your blood, that's when someone can become septic, end up in the ICU, and that becomes dire. And that was the path that Rachel was headed down.
But then I started to seem like I was getting a little bit better. And so I let Jamie know that we're going to live. After that, when I was,
Which I had that really last minute.
I would watch TV. I liked true crime, and she liked it as well. And we were watching.
Oil's getting hot. I can smell it.
And it was a nurse that murdered her husband with a sex colleague. And I said, "Wow, she's a nurse. That's really stupid for her to do something that's going to show up in an autopsy." And Janie kind of did those "what do you mean?" And I said, knowing that it could be considered death, so you do something like that's naturally occurring in the body. And she's like, "Oh, interesting." It was such a conversation that we've had so many times in her discussions about true crime that it didn't stick out in my mind.
Because you're slow, girl. I don't know why you wasn't paying attention to the signs. She was crazy. And she was telling you she was crazy, but you kept ignoring it. Gotta pay attention to things like that.
2019.
So that's the first plantain. The whole thing fits inside the can.
Let me.
Oh, you gonna buy that one?
Give me
Banana
medication.
fruit.
And the next thing I know, I would go. And my blood sugar dropped.
So we're gonna take.
Since I'm diabetic,
We're gonna put the banana in.
cheers.
Here we go.
To everyone, including myself. For the average person, blood sugar would be 80 to 110. I've worked in medicine for 25 years. I never saw anybody with a blood sugar like that.
I should have really peeled these bananas
It says you better be
before I froze them.
with Rachel when she might not make it. So I raced down there and Janie met me in the lobby and I'm a nurse. So, I was 20 question a nurse.
Yeah, there we go.
What did she eat? And she, what medicines is she on? Is there any insulin in there? Is there any?
Did they go in the oil?
I started crying and, I was just upset and.
Oh, it's so frozen.
No.
You know what?
Expression. Her face just staring at me, kind of like not even playing. She didn't ask me anything. She didn't try to comfort me. She just sat there, no emotion. I started to suspect that something was going on with Jane. My sister said to me a little bit later, she seemed mad that you survived. That's just grief. She's, socially awkward. It's strange.
No, you're in denial.
There were a lot of flags that I missed.
Yeah, that you ignored.
They watched me for 48 hours. Blood sugar was fine. I was fine. So they thought a fluke had happened. I'd gotten sick or something and something had caused it.
She was trying to kill you.
I went home on a Sunday and next day I woke up in the hospital.
Yeah, she was definitely trying to kill you.
Yeah. This time they kept me for 8 days. They were calling endocrinologists all over the state. There was no reason other than given insulin that this should happen naturally. Not. I was afraid of losing a child. I was afraid that Rachel was not going to go through. It scared the daylights out of me. In September of 2019, I had another insulin event. I awoke being told that once again my insulin had fallen to be 13. Honestly, as this progressed, the conversations, the drama, and getting all of the attention. At one point, she even mentioned on Facebook that she was afraid that she would die.
So,
Quite frankly, it was a
banana.
point that I asked her, "Are you doing this to yourself?"
Banana. A couple of pieces of mango and passion fruit.
That she must have received
Okay. Hi, Sam. How are you, honey?
I went home.
Good afternoon, babe.
Literally spoonfuls of sugar in my mouth before I go to bed every night, just so my blood sugar wouldn't plummet, so that I could wake up.
We're gonna put a little bit of milk.
Repeated admissions to the hospital, repeated calls for paramedics
Okay.
to come collect her. She would get well in the hospital, be released, go back home, start thriving again, and then fall right back off that health.
Okay, here we go.
And it was just bizarre. Nothing was adding up. And she felt she would die. She felt that she would not be there to raise Ryder.
and that concerned her more than
Greek
anything
yogurt.
else.
I'm just gonna do 2 scoops of Greek yogurt.
Flex spins. Forget one game. Feel the heat of contribution. House with Huff and More Puff. Then feel like a royal with Cleopatra and more. Your way with Flex spins exclusively on DraftKings Casino. One casino app and the best fun you've ever found. New players spend $5 and get 200 total Flex spins. It's on your choice of slots.
The other fork is inside the plantain. I mean the eggs. So we're gonna flip our plantains now.
My name is Steve Cadiz. I'm a special agent with the FBI. I am the coordinator for the Weapons of Mass Destruction program here in Salt Lake City. The WMD program from the FBI
Check the flames. Just turn it up a little.
nuclear and explosive weapons of mass destruction.
Because I don't want to cook the oil too fast and the plantains are cooking.
And a phone call came in.
So bam. We got some
Person
Nutella.
purchase Versa on the dark web. Versa is a bacteria. It's a staph infection. It's very resistant to commonly used powerful antibiotics.
When you go to a darknet marketplace, you're just a couple clicks away from buying hard goods like fentanyl. You can buy weapons, buy human beings on the dark web, child pornography. You're a click away from watching that, just like you're a click away from watching videos of people being murdered. It's an evil place. The FBI hosts a joint terrorism task force here in Salt Lake.
The fact that the dark web even exists
That
and they don't have a way to shut it down says a lot about them as
with
well.
working on the dark web, that
So there we go.
have made
Banana, passion fruit, some yogurt, and some Nutella.
staphylococcus
Put the lid on it,
are
and
Versa.
we're gonna blend it and put it in the freezer.
So the state criminal statutes in Utah specifically say biological agents that are entering its borders.
It's gonna be so good. I girl.
Weapons of mass destruction.
Hi, Misa.
Chemical weapons are a whole different animal.
Hi, babes. So I'm gonna put you guys on mute for a second because it can be pretty loud.
Widespread.
I just realized something.
Suspect. And we needed to find out
Here we
as
go.
much as we could.
Open. Look, it didn't even come back down. That's how you know it's it's the frozen fruit.
Terrorism task force. And especially with this case, it was one where with this type
I forgot to add a little oat
and
milk.
not knowing
And I need to get this
in it, we really had to
chocolate stuff on the side.
during the investigation, we learned that back in 2018, there was some court records there that showed that there was some kind of custody dispute where Jamie was attempting to get Rachel's child. And that she also was the main caregiver for Rachel.
It's pretty good.
Where Rachel wasn't able to.
I'm gonna add a little bit more Nutella, just a little bit.
And now I start to think as an investigator.
That's not a little bit, but I know what I meant.
He's now going to try and hurt Rachel. And we found that in a healthy person, use antibiotics to get rid of Versa, but in a person that was already sick or immunocompromised, it could prove fatal.
So
Katie had motive and opportunity.
that was that. I forgot to add a little bit of oatmeal because I had oatmeal to all my smoothies.
That Rachel was in great danger.
Just a little.
In December of 2019, JD had started to darker to me.
Where is it?
There was just something about her that was different than I've ever seen. And I noticed that she was leaving Ryder alone in situations that could have become dangerous.
Okay.
Glued it back. Was still listed as guardian of Ryder in my will.
Her package had arrived.
Okay, so
Quickly, because Janie asked if she could pay extra to have it expedited, shipped to her overnight.
that lady was trying to kill her with stuff that she ordered on the dark web. That's wild.
Waiting on this package to be picked up, and we were watching that.
Oh, that could have went terribly wrong.
On our second day of surveillance,
That could have went terribly wrong. That's how I know they're ready. Just slipping off the fork.
Walks into the store. After a few minutes, Jamie Red walks out with the package that we had put the full Versa inside,
Okay.
and immediately walks to her vehicle. And we follow her to her workplace in Salt Lake City Valley. We go up to her office, and we told her we'd like a few moments of her time to speak with her. In the beginning, I asked her, did you pick up a package from the UPS store earlier today? I wanted to see if she would lie to me. And she took that opportunity to lie.
I did pick up a package today. I thought it was
I stopped her and I say, I don't believe that this is coffee. I'm going to give you another opportunity. Tell me the truth. This person takes a breath, looks me straight in the eyes, and tells me another lie.
Second one. So the only thing that'll be left to make is the shrimp, the sausage, and the stuff we got going on
Let's
here.
start fresh. I believe it's a biological, but I don't believe it's for beer. This is a dummy question.
Spread these out a little bit. They're stuck. A lot of them are stuck now. That's because they're cooking. I'm ready to leave them alone till they're ready to.
She wanted to do some research on it to help her friend, for Rachel.
What did you decide to purchase? The first. Okay. Ding.
She finally admitted to trying to purchase the interior. And we had enough probable cause to arrest her for the attempt to possess a weapon of mass destruction.
Lock her ass up.
Did it ever cross your mind?
I don't want to know how to do that.
Lying crazy bitch.
Whether we argue or not, she's been my best friend for 25 years.
Where's that other bowl? Jesus. So I'm gonna have to put the oil in this bowl
That should now under.
because I still want to use that frying pan. I don't want to make any more frying pan dishes. So once those plantains are finished, I'm gonna put the oil in this bowl.
There's always somebody there who can help you. You don't have to do it. I really think that's it.
Visit shu.edu today to get started.
We're just gonna let that sit and dry out.
It was a fairly normal Tuesday. I was laying in bed, half asleep and dizzy and nauseous. And a knock came at the door. And I saw 3 official looking people standing at my door.
Hi. Are they okay if we talk about some stuff real quick?
You know, tell me what it's about. I had a search warrant in the house here.
Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Look,
They started to ask me odd questions like where I had packages delivered to. And questions that really made 0 sense. Jamie doesn't decide experiments, she doesn't teach science, she doesn't make beer, and I had no idea what they were talking about.
Two more questions and then I think we have.
Am I in trouble? Is that matter?
No, no.
You're not really people.
Yeah.
I've been for 25 years.
a little bit over. There we go.
I think you have to be able to get that confidence in understanding. I could tell that they.
You too defensive over a woman that you keep saying that's doing all this weird shit. Too damn nice. Gotta know when to wake up.
Yeah, she's not gonna play. Well, she might play.
We're trying to take the soft hand approach because we're going to be telling her that we believe that your roommate purchases Versa online for the intent purpose of killing you. Do you know the difference between Versa and Versa? Versa is a more dangerous trait than Versa. She ordered that during her events.
How do you know that?
She told me.
Okay. When did she order Versa?
Last week. Versa's worse than Versa, so you understand.
So Versa didn't kill me, so you're saying she wanted to try Versa?
That's what I'm asking.
There's no issue with something like that.
Girl, you in denial. Stop.
Absolutely not.
She tried to kill you.
I'm not. She would kill me.
You're still good. It's not the first thing she sorted out the red book.
What if she ordered off the dark web? Did she order insulin? They looked at each other and then they looked at me and all the questions stopped. And they kind of perked up.
Rachel explained that she had episodes where her glucose levels had dropped so significantly to the point they thought she was going to die. What was running through my mind were the dark web purchases by Janie. Sedatives such as ketamine, Xanax, and insulin injector pens. Because in a healthy individual, if you are stabbed with an insulin injector pen, your glucose levels will drop almost 6 digits. Eventually, we found an expended insulin injector pen, and Rachel's DNA was inside of the injector pen, and it had been used on her.
She was trying to kill you, girl.
Those things together, it painted a pretty clear picture that Janie would use an added sedative such as ketamine to incapacitate Rachel and put her in a state where she would feel Janie injecting her with Versa or with the insulin injector.
Ugh.
From reading the medical records, I think that Jamie tried to kill Rachel at least 5 times in the
Woo!
course of the year.
When I was told by the FBI agents that she had purchased the insulin. It almost added insult to injury. Not only did she try to murder me, but I felt like she was taking joy in having me plan my own murder, or at least give her instructions on how to murder me.
My reaction when it was all spelled out, frankly, was holy shit. There are no words for how out there this is. All of this was due to the disgusting and surreptitious actions of another who is holding her captive, experimenting with her friend's body in an effort to kill her and take her child.
What would have happened if Jamie could have carried out her threat? Rachel would have died in the hospital, would have been considered an attempted death, no autopsy, no investigation. And Jamie makes off with Rachel's child and $500,000 life insurance payout.
I was shocked. We had no idea that she could be so violent or twisted like that. We knew she loved Ryder and we knew she wanted him, but never in years we could guess that she had that in her.
You know, these people that be coming by, they be scaring me, bro.
When I saw Jenny in court,
I'm sitting here watching a freaking horror movie. I mean, documentary.
it wasn't that she looked
Go away.
different. She just something felt broken. And I just wonder, did I miss it? If I was a better friend, if I could have helped her
Girl, you do some too sympathetic.
to this point.
The judge ordered her to serve between 1 and 20 years. And that's when she was sent to prison to serve.
Okay, time to cook everything else. Put the oil in this pan here.
The unexplained illnesses have stopped since the day she was arrested.
Careful, rotate.
Still has spinal issues, of course, and I still live in chronic pain. But
We're gonna add the meat first.
I feel good, and
Meat down.
She really hurt. And that's
Oh boy, it is sad though. I ain't even gonna hold you. She really wanted to be friends with her. She was really trying to kill you, girl. She wanted your child. That's crazy though.
I know that you're gonna get that back here. They're gonna find a way to get him away from her.
Oh, she crazy.
Now.
Oh, he needs to be back to you. That's not your son. She only served 25 months in prison. In January 2000, she was granted parole and released. I need to keep that bitch. She ordering shit off the dark web. Y'all let her go? Nah. I would have moved. You feel me? Like, but who else could she do that to? Y'all should have kept her in there for life. Fuck. Ain't wilding.
What would you like to taste today?
So now we are in the last process of making our lunch. Sausages are cooking now. Leave it alone. Well, no, we're not in the last process because we still got to cook the eggs. We cook the eggs last.
Female executive has an executive home exquisitely furnished to share. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, lush backyard,
and French door private entrance overlooking the pool. I've never worked a roommate can smell alcohol. Tragic.
They're browning. Well, now that they're browning, I'm gonna flip them. A little bit of roll with your eye.
Cathedral City is one of the smaller cities located just east of Palm Springs in the
I probably should use butter a little bit
That's one of the
because I am gonna add vegetables and then I'm gonna add the shrimp. So give me a second.
sites. It's anywhere between 1 to 5 different regions. That's on the year. It's a very safe place to live.
It's a desert
Butter.
city. This is a working class city, but there is a set of retirees that do live in Cathedral City. For the most part, it's fairly quiet.
Add the veggies.
The most memorable is the brutality of how the beds are folded.
Jimmy, we just covered the meat with
Call for service made daughter-in-law to have the police department go and check on her because they had been able to go home.
The officer arrived to the residence. He went to the front of the house. Again, knocked on the front door. There was no answer.
I do not have a lid for this frying pan. It didn't come with a lid, but coincidentally, this fits the pan. So we're just gonna leave that on there. Let it get really pretty. We're gonna pull out our shrimp. Okay.
It's very dark. There was no light.
We pull out our shrimp because we're gonna add our shrimp in a little bit. Once we take all of this out and put it on a plate, then we're gonna cook the eggs. And that should take no time.
Once they rounded the corner, they located Anita in the pool. She was severely beaten.
Oh wow.
There were visible injuries on the left side of her head and face. There was broken glass, broken picture frames.
I'm not liking that.
Drag marks in the concrete just outside of the door leading to the backyard.
Ooh.
It's gut wrenching. How did this happen? Who's involved? What kind of a person could hurt an elderly woman?
Not an elderly woman. Oh hell no. I'm gonna put this oil in the oven so it can cool.
You know, she had to get a job, so it made her more independent. So she was doing some presenting, and she always wanted to have a house. It was her dream.
My home was what she wanted. So her girlfriend, Patty, brought her to Palm Springs and she would love Palm Springs, palm trees, blue skies. She fell in love with it.
So when she found the house in Cathedral City, she wanted it.
When she bought that house, it was
Turn our flame up just a little.
It was a 3-bedroom, 2
Yeah,
bath.
that's fine.
Had a pool, had a jacuzzi, beautiful backyard.
Move some of the vegetables out in the middle. The shrimp.
Anita and Steve talked every day. They were extreme close.
So I think it was really hard for Steve because she was so far away. Steve and I live in San Diego, and it's about 3 hours from the featured city. I needed her own business. She recruited travel nurses, trying to recruit them to hospitals, and she really was good at what she did.
Throw these veggies on top of the shrimp.
Renita was in her 60s.
Ow.
She had to close the business.
Because all the steam is gonna cook the shrimp.
She needed to do something to make money. She actually got a job at Walgreens Pharmacy, working part-time, but she was having a difficult time paying her bills. So she took out a loan for the equity of her car just to pay her bills.
With the meat around it.
Is living in the desert, the cost of utilities is very high because of the heat that we have. A lot of retirees don't have that regular income coming in.
Okay.
So they go looking for things, rent out guest bedrooms.
Let it do its thing for about 2-3 minutes.
Rooms to rent, nice house, come as you go, separate entrance. Then she would say, here's a resident deposit. And people would show up with just that deposit, and she would take her money and give them a key. And nothing like, where are you from? We asked her to screen them before she let them come live with her. And she didn't do that. Because it costs money to be background checked.
You guys, why did I completely forget about the damn smoothie?
And also, I believe
Completely forgot.
being lonely, not having someone there.
Goddamn show.
Wow. Daryl was one of her first roommates. I think Daryl was the longest roommate she ever had. I was going through a divorce and I was living in a shack out in the nowhere with no heater and burning wood on a stove to keep warm. And my car was falling apart because it was a long drive to go to work. So I really needed someone closer to work. I was pretty desperate. I had bad credit because of my divorce was going on. I was having a hard time finding an apartment. So that's how I ended up going on Craigslist to find a homeowner who was desperate as I was to get a tenant, found him and his ad for rent. So the house was pretty immaculate, kind of like it is now, except it's just cluttered with all these fancy little things that she got all over the world. The room is nice, and it seemed like
Gonna let it go for 1 more minute, and we're gonna check on it.
That was that. She didn't do any kind of background check or
So the plantains are ready. The meat and shrimp is cooking. We're gonna do the eggs, and then we're good. Then we're good. Then we're gonna eat. And then we're gonna jump on our laptop because we got work to do on my laptop. So I really won't be playing no music or anything like that. Because I gotta tune into my laptop.
I have respect for people.
But I am gonna have one piece playing on the TV.
Anita said that Daryl was a little different than what she was used to seeing, but he always paid the rent, and she was okay with him living there. I've only known Daryl a few times.
Daryl was crazy.
I found some of the things did to be a little peculiar.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, I'm just hanging out.
Was he crazy?
We would see each other in passing.
Oh yeah.
We didn't bother each other.
The sausage is brown and nice. On this side.
Anita's house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and she was renting it.
Okay. Okay.
There were
Oh,
several
okay.
people that lived in the house. There was a time when she was having trouble with one of the things. A friend of mine and myself had to
Move that over.
being disrespectful to an elderly woman that was working from home.
So we're gonna get ready to wash
See that time with
the frying pan so we can use it again. And then we're done.
We've had difficulties with different pen. So she would call the police essentially to assist her with removing these.
This is the only sausage that I want to cook more. I'm about to start taking them out.
To explain to her that there's a legal process on how you fix.
So we're gonna plate it. And we're gonna plate it nice, because that's just what I like to do.
2 years after I moved in with Anita, she introduced me to a friend of hers, and his name was Scott Pedger.
Anita met Scott through work.
Oh, that's Scott. That gotta be the guy.
They instantly had a connection.
Oh.
Man, in the little Palm Springs area. So when she came up to me and told me, I'm happy for Anita to have a lieutenant that she knew, someone that she trusted. So yeah, I gave Scott a big hug. I'm very happy. Things are gonna be easier around the house for all.
Take this one out.
She liked the company and they socialized. She never socialized with Daryl. So Scott did it.
From the time Scott moved in to Dog, she started getting strange and off.
Oh. Oh.
Sometimes she would just open my door and shut it real quick while I was asleep. And I would come very angrily out of her room and say, "What are you doing? Next time you're not." She would say, "I just want to know if you're home." Come in and like not
Put that one there. That's the last one. Take this shrimp, onion, and garlic and pepper out.
That's what happened.
And put it right there. We'll
Just
just talk
everything would just drive you nuts. Terrorizing my cats.
Okay.
Got one and so cat.
Oh shit.
I had complaints to Anita on the room with the basement, but she was fine. That's not my problem.
Oh God, it's the peppers. Shoot. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna flush this down before I go through.
Scott had Anita convinced that I was doing all kinds of weird things around the house that I wasn't doing. I had a flashlight in the medicine cabinet that I keep just in case the lights go out. And he had her convinced that 2 little holes in this flashlight were a camera.
Watch out this pan real quick. Put the eggs and then we're done.
I'm not even sure. There's so many.
I didn't think very much. But
Very quickly. Like, so well. That's what I'm doing.
at one point, Scott was stealing things. Scott took a shower. And he didn't know what I was doing.
And for the eggs, I'm just waiting.
Constantly believing him. The whole time
Take
Scott's
the plantains.
snickering at me. And I'm just thinking this is crazy.
Anita was freaked out because there was just weird things happening, like things were being stolen, things were disappearing. She goes, I don't understand why Daryl's doing that to me. What's the purpose? Why is he being like that?
Take plenty of plantain because I really like them.
He had grown
Take
up
small ones.
and defecated in the bathtub.
Defecated in the bathtub.
It was disgusting. And when he
What the hell?
it was full of just filth. The next 3 mornings it was like that. And Anita came on my door and asked me why I kept doing that. But that's not me, that's him. She was just believing anything and everything he told So that my mother started getting nervous,
Butter.
just not trusting the general very much. Scott was manipulating her, and it was working. And started looking for a new place to stay. Anita, Scott were locking me out of bed by shooting the door shut
Turn that down. Don't need to be that high.
5 times and
Just eggs.
then come let me in the house.
So the last part.
On me and lie to the police. I decided I need to record this.
I gotta put that smoothie in a Dunkin' Donuts cup because I wanted to.
Lied to.
I don't know, something about seeing a smoothie I like.
Kept it down low.
I want to see it.
That's when I raised the phone up and showed him. I'm telling that he changed the subject. And then he tries to convince me that I've got some sort of extensive criminal record. Discipline. That was all just right there in that little video. It's a lot in that video. Phone? Please get a photo of that. It's not. That's your I don't do. I've never met a prohibition. Okay. Things didn't have to be this way. You know, if you could just stop harassing me, stop harassing me. So, I told her if you want me to do that, you're gonna have to give me time. She didn't disagree, but she just kind of listened to me. Like, okay.
Particular times. Yes, I will. Oh, there was a time because I can't do it. Like my boss had to go out of our car. And something. Shopping. Souffle.
Smoothie is out. Put it back in the freezer. Drop the eggs in a pan. Hold on. Move this butter around. There we go. Bam. Make sure I turn it up just a little. Let's see. It's enough.
I was very hungry because I had called the police for help.
And just keep moving my eggs around because I like them scrambled nice.
Tell me what I was being charged with. They were all felonies, felony counts, senior abuse, damage to property, I believe. Scott and Anita said to the police that I had been acting crazy and had been threatening them and had chased them into a room. And supposedly I pushed Anita down on the lawn.
A little bit more.
I was flabbergasted. I was completely astonished. Not only was I
I'm gonna add some of this chunky ass cheese.
so I had to spend time housed alongside all kinds of really bad people. Child molesters, rapists, and all kinds of heinous murders.
That's it.
And
Because that cheese is thick as fuck.
my bail was set at $50,000. Paid 2.5 years. I was really angry with Scott and that having all kinds
Keep moving the eggs around. Yeah, that is cooking.
how am I gonna get back at them when I get out? I never ever thought that I'd ever live with somebody who's capable of doing these kinds of things.
My name is Julie Russell, and Scott Pettigrew was
Oh,
my
oh,
roommate in
turn it down.
2012.
Turn the flame back down just a little.
I found Scott through Craigslist. He had responded to the ad that I had put up. Hi, my name is Scott, currently studying for the New Jersey bar exams, but I'm very friendly and I have nothing with the lawyer. He was super charming, super funny. He had 2 small dogs as well. I trust a dog person over a non-dog person.
Stupid. I trust a dog person over a non-dog person any day. Like, that's your problem.
We had a good time.
He fuck around and love dogs and hate humans and kill you. Like,
His dogs were having a lot of accidents in the house, and I had pets my entire life. I understand things happen, but it was excessive. I had a concern that it would upset our other roommate who hadn't moved in with a pet. I started to really worry when our other roommate was leaving the back door unlocked. And since we were on the ground floor apartment that led out into the garden and then a very busy street, I started to get irate emails from him about his safety was in jeopardy and the safety of his dogs because the door kept getting left unlocked. The tone showed me a complete other side to his personality. When he stopped paying rent and stopped paying his portion of the bills in the apartment, things started to turn bad. We had maybe only been living together for about a month at this point. He started eating our food, eating my roommate's birthday cake, threatening legal action against me for having 3 roommates in a 2-bedroom apartment. I think that was probably one of the biggest shocks for me when I went to open my liquor cabinet. It was empty. He'd emptied everything in it. There were several times that I went to my boss in tears and said, I have to leave right now. I'm going home. I think my dog is in danger. I don't know what I'm going to find when I get there. I just feared that he was going to try to hurt her in some capacity to get at me. He went through a period of sending horrible voice messages and text messages to us to complete silence. We couldn't get in touch with him for anything. I couldn't afford to cover another person's rent and bills. And ask if we could get a new lock on the door.
and that is our
It took a couple
lunch: plantains, eggs and cheese, sausage with shrimp, peppers, onions, garlic. Ta-da! I gotta take a picture, you guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, let's go eat. Okay, let's go eat. We've been in the kitchen long enough. The chew and flake. Gotta get my smoothie, and we're gonna go back to the show that we've been watching because this shit is out of pocket. Oh wow, smoothie is really nice. Okay. Thank you, guys. The person who's the news today to push through. Let's eat.
I think moving out, watching it in a sense, because he became more aggressive to her. Stuff, but all over the place. He's typical for stuff. But I kind of respect for him. Gross giant. And it was ridiculous.
She was getting uncomfortable and we were trying to get Eve to come live with us. She would not leave us.
They didn't want to leave the house. Like, girl, you in there with a crazy man.
She wasn't about to let Scott take that from her.
This was like, I don't know what really happened when she's sleeping. Usually if something goes bad, you've done something in the past.
Are you asking me because you care? Because yesterday you told me you had no interest in me. That hurt my feelings.
I believe that things are not just one thing. There's always more to a story than just anything possible. My name is Rob Salcedo. I was Scott's partner for about 12 years. When I met him, I really did fall in love with him very quickly. He's very friendly. He's very loyal, protective. I felt safe. Part of the attraction was that we kind of both came from having such an easy life. Not too long after Scott told me that his father had a
I know you'll come back.
his mom was so busy that she would get him pets and then she would take him to the pet shop and have him euthanized and tell him that she never wanted things like that.
Aw, why do you do that to the cat?
We both came from almost like the situation, and we both wanted to study somebody. I was going to get my degree, was going to go to law school, like the defense here. When he came back from law school, we were totally different. He came back and we see it. There we go. I started finding vodka bottles that he father, and he was taking all his prescription pills. I paid for Scott's bars at least 2 times. He told me that he took the bars, but I never saw that he actually took the bars. When he drank, he would either completely pass out or he would not buy it. He drank the whole bottle to try to teach me life and was chasing me around the house.
Oh, wow.
I ran down the street. Those trashy days I was throwing trash cans, trying to knock him down, but he was just jumping over some little birds. I just think if I didn't, Scott and I broke up.
Y'all broke up. Oh, so y'all was lovers. Is he crazy? Is he going through something?
Well, Hard Rock Best. Maybe you can trust. There's a brand new club on Hard Rock Best. As always, when you see
Maybe he got some type of resentment towards women or some shit. Some weird shit. Which I don't be understanding with some men that are gay, because I know a lot of men that's gay and they don't have no resentment towards women. I don't be understanding that shit. Not unless a woman really did something to you. And please don't let it say she broke your heart, because people,
First, I'm not here to prove to face like you. I'm not. But it's real time.
laptop over there.
When Scott first began to be that, we were friends. And then, relationship is like part of the story. One time I was on the phone with him, he alleged that she had that gay locked up. It's on the phone with me, yelling down the street, like, you let the love down, I'll kill you.
Oh, wow. Gotta believe people when they say stuff like that.
Said that's fine. I think she will stop.
Stop drinking that and be violent. He was really getting meaner and meaner and more. He was yelling at her, like got really bad. So he started putting more stuff in the bedroom and she put a deadbolt on her door. She ordered everything in her room. Things from the kitchen, silverware, so he didn't have boxes to it. She couldn't even lock him out because he took out all the deadbolts in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, he was crazy.
Scott was like blaming Daryl for all the stuff that was missing. There's no way Daryl could have done any of that stuff. Daryl was in jail. So Anita realized quickly that she made a mistake. Anita told Steve that Scott and I, put Daryl in jail.
Steve, we both say if he pushed you, that you witnessed him. They were arrested, then I would lock him up. And that made me think that. They called the cops and said he did this. It was a freaking lie. It was ridiculous. She was just flat out of the wrong for what she did to them. It cost his jobs, they found who was basically lying.
Stephen and I told her if she does not go to court and tell the court that she perjured herself, then talk to her again. Anita ended up talking to the district attorney and said, actually, this didn't occur. I lied. I believe that Anita did feel bad. If Anita didn't feel bad, she wouldn't have gone back to the courts and tell them she perjured herself. After she told the district attorney's office that she falsified this police report, Daryl was released.
Yeah, cause he didn't do shit.
You take all kinds of freedom for granted. But when you go out days in jail, you really appreciate your freedoms. And being free, being out is amazing. My first night out, I took a long, long walk. My feet hurt the next day. It was wonderful. I went over to the house with a policeman to retrieve some of my clothes and some toiletries. And Scott and Anita were home. I noticed that Scott and Anita were not happy with each other. Anita actually came over to me in the garage and was helping me look for some of my things, shoulder to shoulder, and I felt that she was really sorry for what she had done. Scott told me that Anita had my cats euthanized.
Aww.
My cats were my everything to me at that time in my life.
They're so cute.
Of course, we didn't have any children with my ex-wife, but we had the cats, and they were like the one thing I had left.
The smoothie came out really good.
Well, Anita wouldn't do that. Say it was like that. She had two dogs of her own, and she had cats. So she wouldn't have done that.
It came out really good.
Scott did kill.
I took a picture of the food.
The police officer who was there congratulated me on keeping me calm, not freaking out, not doing it.
Came out really good. It's a nice combination.
You don't have to tell me that for sure.
After Daryl was released, Anita went back to court and she filed the paperwork for a restraining order and a kick-out order of Scott. She can find a letter to the judge about things that were missing and disappearing. And Scott was letting the dogs urinate and pooping all over the house. Wow, she said he was yelling and screaming and burst out.
This is turkey sausage and shrimp with onions, habanero peppers, and garlic, eggs and cheese, and the sweet plantains.
Scott's dogs were to be removed from the
Ba-ba.
residence.
Ba-da-ba. Take a couple of pictures.
5 yards away at all times. Why a judge would order dogs to be removed from the residence, but not the person.
Came up pretty good.
I've never heard of something so
Yeah, it came out pretty good.
in all of my career.
You know, it's better. It's better for me to cook my own food because it's like I can't find everything that I be wanting at the moment. It's hard to find food that you really want. Then you have to settle for what's around you. Hope they cook it right. Hope they clean.
I don't think she would do that.
It took me a little while to cook it, but
Would you do something actionable to get him evicted?
made it go down.
Take it for document his yelling at you or anything, or bring me if you need it. For you to do, show the point that how you're living this country. To get them.
So this is my lunch. I got my smoothie, and after I eat this,
Anita knew it's
wait about 10-15 minutes, and then I'm gonna get on my computer.
that day. So he was working, and she planned to stay away from the home and not return for as long as she possibly could. She knew once she returned home, he was.
I'm on my way. You headed home?
And she was afraid to come home. When she came home, she called me.
Well, yeah, you said to make a salad. You probably headed home.
She put a lock on the garage door and padlocked the side doors. And I said, okay, then you can call the police.
Oh, okay.
One of our officers responded to her home just after 6 p.m.
Ain't nothing like a good ass salad though.
Inside the garage, we realized that the garage door motor had been disconnected. So he reconnected the plug for the garage door motor and was able to open the garage door. She asked the officer to go inside and talk to Scott Petter. She essentially wanted the officer to scold him for doing this to her. And he explained to her that this was a civil issue, that no crime had occurred, and he left. Anita called me, and I asked her what was happening, and she kind of told me that when she was done at work, the sheriffs came and served him papers. So when she came home, he's done and straight and broke stuff around.
Okay, honey.
She said he lost it. She also put super glue on her bedroom door so she could get in her bedroom behind.
What?
Steve had just gotten off of work, called me and said, "Either struggle. We've got to get up to tomorrow."
Now he super glued her door shut. All right, that's it.
So I said, we'll go out there, we'll get you a hotel room. We'll try to work on something to get him out, get him off your rotation. If I should find you're black, so now started doing the film. She's going to the turn it on. This will look at it, I'll call my one.
And then all of a sudden, someone's dead. We called, and just got in the car and got out there. That's why it was probably the longest drive that I've ever done.
We probably sometimes do for checkup because she never has to phone again.
It was just a little after midnight, so I'm sound asleep. And I received a call. I was told that an elderly female was murdered and thrown in her pool. The two officers in the backyard had pulled Anita out of the pool. And then the officers go inside to do a safety sweep. And to find out if there's potentially someone else that's injured within the home. They quickly do their safety sweep throughout the home. They end up right at Scott's door, which is closed. They call out to Scott, open his door, and we see him right naked on his bed. They basically called him out into the hallway.
The nerve to be in your bed naked.
I was called by a patrol sergeant who informed me of a homicide and that I need to assist Detective Heather Olson, who's already on scene. Upon entering the house, I saw police officers standing with Scott Edgar in the living room area. I noticed he had raised red scratches on his back. They were going from the top of his back running down. But he started to make statements about asking where Anita Cohen was. Scott made reference to another person named Daryl Hatfield. I asked, who's Daryl? Scott stated to me that Daryl's our roommate. Daryl said he was going to kill us. I'm afraid of Daryl. I feel like he did something to Anita. And it's not that I believe him or I didn't believe him. It's part of the puzzle we're trying to solve. And the only way to solve that is by finding Daryl and finding out what this homicide investigation was.
Steve and I pulled up in our car, and the whole stuff was full of police officers. An officer came up to us and asked us if we needed any help, and Steve said, "My mother lives in this house."
And that's because the mother died.
Damn. So sad.
It makes me sort of feel like a sense that I'm
Sad. Kill that lady like that.
You can tell time by measuring the sun's distance from the horizon. Looks like and what about this?
You could spend 10 minutes trying to figure out how to have delicious pineapple spice. Or you could just do this. Outshine. Snack and thing easy. For its real consumers, real results.
Sad. Old lady just was trying to live her fucking life. That's why I told my mother, I said, you need to get a dog, a German Shepherd. Don't let him be friendly with everybody.
Gentle and effective.
It's really nice to be able to put parenting first.
Tested, trusted, cleaner.
I got released from jail on Saturday. And it was the following Tuesday night. When I found out I was just flabbergasted and stunned and shocked. I lost my mind. It just clicked. I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I have to be a suspect myself. Instantly, I realized that I needed to turn myself into a question. One of our patrol officers called me and said, I have, I feel it. Daryl said Scott was the reason that he was arrested and had to move out. So Daryl didn't have a place to go. And not only that, he was in jail for something he didn't do. And so that would make me pretty mad. I was scared that they might have thought that I was involved or guilty in some way.
Turn the fan. Jesus. Jesus.
I was not good. And I ended up in the hospital. So when I went to state police, found a receipt from the hospital. And this receipt was for my belongings. It was for my shoes and my bag and my coat. And I handed that to the police. And they said, this is very good. We were able to confirm that he had been in the hospital at the time the murder occurred. So there was no way that he could be at the home or even be implicated in this homicide as a potential suspect. And now all of our focus is now on Scott Pettigrew as the primary suspect.
Good, because he the one that did it with his crazy self.
When I had walked through the crime scene initially, I had immediately noticed in the bottom of the pool, there were multiple packages of chicken wings thrown in
Chicken wings.
and there was actually a whole chicken. It was really odd.
Hmm?
When I had looked at the items that were strewn about in the kitchen, I was immediately drawn to the pepper grinder. The pepper grinder matched the circle bruises that were on Anita's back.
Oh.
There was a breakfast nook and a kitchen table on the other side of the kitchen. So I had pulled back the open French door, and as I looked behind the French door, I saw a digital recorder. And I actually picked up the recorder and saw the digital file was recorded on the night of the murder because it was date and time stamped.
Mm. Wow.
When I hear that recording, it makes me sick to my stomach. They just send chills down my spine. After I
Thank
listened to
God,
it,
you know, she had a tape recorder.
So I went back to the station to interview Scott. My focus was honing him in on events that occurred that day. And when we got closer to the time of when the physical altercation occurred between the two of them, he asked for his attorney. At that point, I knew my questioning was done. So I gathered my things on the desk and I said, oh, that's a shame because she reported this murder. And as I'm walking out the door, he said, wait a minute. And he wanted to talk to me. What was on that recording? And I explained to him, listen, you asked for your attorney. I can't speak to you. And he kept asking me, what's on that recording? What did she record? So I re-Mirandized him. And then we started again. And we got about 10 minutes into trying to get him to tell me what happened. And he asked for his attorney again. I explained, listen, we're done. There will be no further interviews or questioning. And it was at that point that he asked for the death penalty.
Why he asked for the death penalty?
Innocent people don't ask for the death penalty.
Mm.
I believe the motive behind the homicide was the eviction of the dogs. It is really what provoked that extreme emotional response with Scott Pettigrew that led him down a path of where he attacked and he beat Anita Coleman.
Sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Yeah. He deserved it.
You know, I never thought that I would be sharing a house with a murderer or a murder victim. It's surreal. I was pretty angry with her. Still am pretty angry with her for what happened to me and what she did. Anita did not deserve my
Anita, she opened her heart to people that she trusted. And I think when you trust in the wrong people, you never know what's gonna happen. But it's just really sad.
I didn't do that old lady hair better than that. Jesus Christ, she looked like a damn mangled puppy.
I'm being honest with you, short time, I don't think anybody deserves that.
Oh, poor guy.
I think the most important takeaway of this investigation is people can be very dangerous. And that's why people need to do background checks.
Yeah.
That's why people need to know who they're going to invite into their home. You know, you're most vulnerable in your own home.
On the cul-de-sac. Say something. Give me a minute. Let's see if this will work.
What are you doing? Just hanging on the couch. My whole life, my mom was more of a roommate than anything. First thing, he's probably about 5-6 pounds right now. Let's walk right. On the phone, she sounds like a sweet lady. Don't let the boys school you, because she will hurt you.
Mm.
Alright. But was the one that taught me how to keep the friends closer and who's closer. That's one of the things I do with my mom.
Not your mom. Not the mom.
For most of my life, I have felt like I've kind of fumbled my way through stuff. Anything that I excelled at was because I did it on a whole idiot savant level. Didn't have to know exactly what I was doing to get it done right. So when I joined the military, it made sense. Growing up here in Alaska, I needed to go ahead and get out of here.
Alaska.
So I joined in August 1997, and I was stationed in Fort Carson, Colorado. When I first went into the military, I wasn't all that tight with my family, and so I kind of adopted the mentality of, you figure out who you want to hang out with, who's important to you, kind of pick your family.
Come here, baby.
When I met Rich Fritz, he and I were real tight. I was his soldier. I was assigned to him as part of his squad. The man that Rich was for me, his leadership skills, yeah, they were still something that I hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
My son, Rich, he'd give his life for them. He would give it up. Rich was probably one of my best friends.
Okay.
He had a good personality. He really did. He always was trying to be the life of the party. He just loved doing things to make you laugh.
Future president of the United States. His big thing was making sure that the people he served with knew that military is a job, but you want to get home to your family. He loved his family. He talked about Tammy a lot. He talked about Christian a lot. Everybody knew family was priority. My father was very loving on the farm. A lot of stuff I remember my father was his last little time in the military, doing push-ups and crunches in the room. You know, we were out there having cookouts, and he's having his buddies from the military come over. You know, the fourth person being right there, and that's what we got a station with Bo. Rich got out of active duty April and May of 2001. He had a nice little beer gut going. He was fat and happy.
He was fat and happy. Oh, he's so cute.
And so, you know, him to die, you know, Father's Day weekend is just, you know, I definitely was shocked.
Richie was framed. We're planning a boat trip to Utah for the families. For 2 days, he wasn't feeling good, and he did go to the doctors, and he did get antibiotics. They diagnosed it as strep. And on the third day in the morning, he was found dead in his bed.
Damn.
My son was 28 when he died.
It definitely pulled the wind out of my sails when he passed.
Wow.
At that point, I was just tired, done. I wanted to go ahead and just completely step away from the military. When I was getting ready to get out of the military, I needed a place to stay. And Tammy Fritz, she called me up out of the blue, talking about, hey, yeah, I've got an extra room, you know, you can stay with us. She's offered me a place.
Not she called you out of the blue.
I would say that I was both surprised and relieved. That was just that whole dumb luck thing. Here I am making a big change, no clue where I'm going to go, and an opportunity has presented itself to me. So I was like, oh, shit, that's at least having to find an apartment or anything, because I could literally have no plan. December 23rd, I moved in with him in Christian. It's a big house. It is really, really nice, wholesome, clean cut neighborhood. Not like in the money, but you're on the cusp of the money neighborhood. At the time, I would say I did not know Tammy Fritz very well. But with the Army, we always talk about taking care of our own. So when Rich passed and Tammy, being Rich's widow,
Oh, that was his wife.
Tammy was definitely more like a big sister in the sense of, hey, let's go party. But Tammy was also, you know, very helpful too. I didn't have a safe or anything like that for documents. So she had a fireproof safe, like my birth certificate, my social security card, all that stuff we would put in the safe. I didn't really get much thought at the time. Fort Carson is in Colorado Springs. And all my boys would come over to the house there and like camp out in the living room. We played Mortal Kombat or watch.
How was it not?
Or whatever. And that was the thing. Stayed in the barracks Monday through Thursday night, but Friday night everybody went over to Tammy's. She making sure that if I'm having a party, what's the point of having fun if we can't have a friend have fun with them? Tammy's house became our haven, our hangout spot. It was fun. It was an escape. James is one of my best friends. My number one friend in the military. James is one of those guys that as soon as you get to know him, the loyalty is always going to be there. When James moved in with Tammy, he did it out of loyalty to Rich by providing the male figure that Christian didn't have and that protector that Tammy didn't have. Christian was definitely extremely excited to have me in there. I was treating him like a little brother. You know, I was his rock. I followed James Eric just because that's where I was going.
So much you thought you died, giving so much nothing down. This seems the only way. Tell me what you want and not.
Oftentimes would bring me anywhere and everywhere. You know, we would go out and get food together.
Mm.
And a drive to Camaro. But I was probably the first person I ever saw PlayStation 2 taught me with some video games where he didn't put himself first. He put me in his plans a lot. He was the closest thing I felt like I had to my dad. Tammy, she was working for the Colorado Springs Sheriff's Office as an emergency dispatcher. So she spent a lot of time working nightlife and sleeping during the day. She would leave Christian with Mike or myself or the other guys and know that he's safe. So it was easy. Over the next few months, Tammy was just missing sometimes and not being there for Christian. And James definitely stepped up to the plate. At the time, I was working as a doorman, so I would get home 7 o'clock in the morning, and then I was there to help Christian make sure.
Aww.
Take him.
Little glasses.
Pick him up, get home. I became like Christian's big brother / babysitter. My mom and Bo, they kept it very rooming. I don't think I've seen a pug. They go drink together every once in a while and stuff, but they had their own very separate lives.
Oh, so he's the son. Damn, he grown as hell now.
She had her room and she did whatever they did. I had my room. I did. Not often, but I did. And so did she.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Named Steve's. And every weekend, going to Steve's. If she didn't want me there, then I'd get left at the house.
She would call me on Thanksgiving and Christmas and say, I've got a party to go to. Can you watch Christian? Or my boyfriend and I want to go someplace and Christian can't come. You put your boyfriends and friends over your children?
Tammy and I, every once in a while, we hang out or whatever. I remember we had been drinking because Tammy had a fight with her boyfriend. So she was depressed. So she needed to get some. So, okay, screw it. Tammy had a drink that she was really fond of called Tawaka. It was just like, here's Tawaka and a little bit of Red Bull for you. We'd just been drinking that Tawaka bomb. And I don't even remember if I finished that whole glass. But I just get completely plowed. Not just like normal, sick. Drank too much or whatever. No, there was like something wrong with my body. Following day, I remember getting ready to go to work. Trying to go from my bedroom to the bathroom, take a shower. I had to crawl to the bathroom. I couldn't hardly walk. Christian was 5'8" in our bathroom. And there I am, sprawling out on the floor, butt ass naked, just completely out of it. You being so young, you don't understand what's going on. I mean, like, I remember seeing sirens and blue flashing lights. Next thing you know, there's the ambulance and everything like that. They got me rushed to the hospital. They thought I was high on something.
They always do.
The doctor wanted to do was, hey, let's take a sparkle tap. Messing around with. Which that came back completely inconclusive.
Right.
And, I still had no clue what the hell.
Did she drug him?
All I knew was, only thing that changed was the fact that I let Tammy drink. And hindsight, I thought it was 2020. When my father became sick, and also happened very badly. 1 second he was perfectly fine. And then when the
Really?
he was sick.
Did she unalive her husband?
Rich and Tammy had been married for 7 years. Most of his life, he grew up wanting a wife, children, a house, and a white picket fence. That was his dream. When Rich called me to tell me that he was marrying Tammy, he hadn't known her that long. And I think I said to him, why would you marry someone that you haven't known that long? So when they came to our house for Thanksgiving, I met her face to face. There were some things that she said during our conversation that didn't make me feel comfortable. Because some of her questions were leading to what we had, what we didn't have. And it just seemed like she was just looking for materialistic things and not love for my son.
I know.
Throughout their entire marriage, Rich wouldn't deny Tammy anything. Whatever she wanted, he would make sure she got it. She wanted this and that, and he said, Mom, I don't know what else I can do for her. I am trying. I'm working as hard as I can, but I don't know what else I can do to make her happy. But Tammy was not happy, and they were talking about getting a divorce. He was very upset. And Rich said, the house is in my name, the cars are in my name, the boat's in my name. And he said, she can go. She's just not getting the kid, she's not getting whatever stuff like that. 2 weeks later, he wasn't feeling good. He had a sore throat, he had a cough. Then he went to the doctors and it was diagnosed as strep throat.
I remember giving him a homemade Father's Day card and just telling him I love him and see him tomorrow. And I remember seeing him kind of spitting out some blood into a blue pitcher. He told me when he feels better, we'll hang out, these things. And he wasn't there the next day. So I never saw my dad again.
Damn, he looked just like him.
He was dead.
He looked just like him.
So Father's Day, he was dead. I'm sorry too, because he was a good man. Tammy was awful.
Bitch.
She didn't even call me and tell me that he died. I had people come to my work to tell me that my son was dead. And I let them know.
When Rich died, it was very obvious. Nobody knew why he passed. He was young, he was healthy. The news even said that it could have been the plague. I mean, it was what everybody could talk about. Yeah, everybody was surprised. Especially when the story comes back that Rich passed away from some version of the plague from prairie dogs. Yeah, what the fuck?
During the funeral, she played the role of a grieving widow. But I knew that something wasn't right. I found out that he was going to be taken right after the viewing before the funeral, cremated that afternoon. My son did not want to be cremated. We had lengthy discussions about that. He wanted to be buried. So I couldn't understand why she wanted to cremate him. especially with everything the way it was, they were really unsure of where he going out. I had a mom's gut feeling that something wasn't right.
After I left the hospital, I was back out of town. She's still out there living her best life.
It's not funny.
Thursday night, it was ladies' night. Tammy loved ladies. You know, we all go out. Tammy and some friends. She's picking up the tab. Tammy's get me completely shit faced.
Completely shit faced.
We get back to the house, and I was so out of it that the cat's right out.
Oh no. Not you got the cough.
I wake up choking on smoke.
Oh.
I think I crawled down the stairs or something, out the front door, and just laid there on my back on the grass. Firefighters get there, police get there.
The hell?
In the bedroom there, I've got a desk that's got a whole bunch of papers and stuff like that. That caught on fire where the papers were. The night of the house fire, I actually stayed at a friend's house. I was told either Bo left his PlayStation on and overheated, or he knocked over it. My mom was maybe upset for about 30 seconds, it seemed like. Bo was trying to catch my house on fire, but it was never anything more. And then didn't hear anything ever again. You know, I just can't catch a break. After the fire at Tammy's house, I decided I needed to go ahead and get a safe environment away from there. I had to respect reality that I was drinking a heck of a lot more and having way too many blackout drunk moments. Just like when I got back from Bosnia, I was having a hard time coping with a lot of that stuff. You know, I was already in counseling for depression, PTSD, and drinking. So at this point, I can't get married with Tammy. You know, so longer, but not healthy for me to be around. And so I moved in with the Playboy. When I moved out, I was in 5th grade. Little my mom, she was a little bit hard.
You.
We moved to the 2-bedroom condo, and she was always gone. So I had to learn how to cook and clean and fend for myself instead of learning how to do school and play ball and have fun with friends. She felt more like a roommate than a parental figure. I used to remember exactly what time Bo would get home. That was my safety, you know, knowing Bo got home. I didn't have that anymore. I got it. That was hard. I mean, I remember being scared. I go, I'd call my grandma. So
Christian shared with me that he felt abandoned.
I bet. Damn, he looked just like his father.
They say grandma was scared.
Hold on. Pause. Hold on. Because this shit about to piss me off. already know. I already know. I already know. And I'm about to just get myself prepared for the bullshit because I already know the mother wants some bullshit. Where's my flip flop? Fuck. He's still in my boyfriend's clothes. He be alright. He be alright. Okay. Let the bullshit proceed.
Oh, there was nothing I could do except for stay on the phone with him.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to cover him. Timmy had no motherly instinct to help Christian be on the right path. She was more concerned about herself. She was so selfish.
Anytime my mom and I were together, it was an argument. I was so angry at her, just lashing out anyway, but it was just a downhill slope really fast. I didn't want to listen to rules anymore. Got suspended for the first time in school for a fight. 6th grade, the honor roll. I enjoyed school. So in 7th grade, I was so shut down.
Aww.
I stopped living with Christian and Tammy. My relationship with Christian, it was unfortunately rather just because of the fact that everything went through Tammy. You know, what it was seeing Christian was she was regular around. You know, so yeah, for a good chunk of time, he kind of
Damn, he holding that.
at this point, he left the sheriff's office and went and started working for construction as their office manager. Tammy contacted me because she needed a guy that just got where he needed to be. She was the reason why I started working for construction, dropping off the application. But after a couple of years, business wasn't doing as well for whatever reason. Companies having a hard time making payroll. Summer of my 7th grade year, 2009, my mom started hanging out with Sean and Michelle. They were just always with my mom. Michelle often would play with me if she had 2 children. She was very nice. Sean, on the other hand, very angry person. Eventually, they moved in, and they were just there constantly. My mom gave them my room. And forced me to move into her room, mostly with the couch. And I hated that. My mom, Sean, Michelle, they go to her, come back with different, act different. I think my mom was on a lot of drugs. Sometime after I was no longer, that was really where I learned that Tammy used drugs religion. Just really scary shit. Christian was subject to being around this whole ordeal toward Christian's role. It's very often Sean around. I walk into a room and feel like I'm comfortable. I knew Sean was on fire. One time we got into car alarm while he was looking for something, and he hit his head. He pulled my phone to upstairs with me. He threatened to cut my throat from your ear.
What?
My mom was there when I was sleeping, threatening. No one did she ever really care.
What the
If I told her, she didn't say anything about it. You know, I went from childhood scared of monsters and then get her back after the monster. Then I was truly scared.
Oh my god.
Wow, if you visit the businesses, we've heard of them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years. We also print signs, stickers, shirts, and more. If you need it, we print it. Print it all for 20% off or 8 customers at visit. James is a man, but he's a man who's been burned by love before. So we believe keeping a close watch on his spending helps him resist temptation. Wells Fargo gets the logic and helps him track spending in their mobile app. Where do we make money work? You can work with them. Keep walking, Jimmy. Keep walking. Timmy was a complex character. This was a woman I studied for 5.5 years. I totaled 20 years in the Colorado Springs music. And my last 14 years was as a detective in the financial crimes unit. In the summer of 2009, Colorado Springs Police Department was investigating several complaints on identity theft, credit card fraud, and check fraud. Our primary suspect in the investigation.
Not Tammy.
It started with criminal complaints filed by Tammy's employer, who ended up firing her. Tammy was employed by a construction company as the bookkeeper, business manager. She had signature authority and checks for the company. And unfortunately, she started misappropriating money, started issuing bad checks, large amount of checks. She was having her mediums cash. That's what set this whole investigation off. Our job was to collect as much evidence as we could. July 2009, I was so out of the job and broke. And I was really, really depressed. And I was yelling, screw it, I'm going to tell my.
No, his hair like that.
I talked to my folks, and they decided.
I need you to move. Thank you.
College, finish my degree, and make a change. Oh, told my mother I gave him back to Alaska. Of course, you don't understand. I'm losing my mother. My mom was very next to me. I remember seeing my mom show higher than kite. And my mom, she's more practical, just sporadic. Her eyes just different. She was
You're scaring your son, lady.
this whole thing, final moments of the family being together kind of thing. Tammy, she had one of her girlfriends helping move. Christian was there helping. That weekend, my mom and Cheryl, we actually all helped him pack up to move to Alaska. We went out and played pool after everything was all packed up. You know, we went and had dinner, came back to the apartment, and we were playing video games, having a good send off. And then Tammy and Christian were going to go ahead and drive me from Colorado Springs up to the Denver airport to fly to Alaska the following day. You know, Saturday, I'll see you tomorrow. We actually went home early because someone said they weren't feeling well. And then, you know, we went back to my mom's condo apartment. After they went home, I remember trying to just go to bed. I woke up that night, house black, lights are off, it's all. Mom's out of her room, Sean Michelle, they're not in my room. I thought maybe, they went out drinking with them or something. And went back to bed. Didn't think anything of it. Next thing I know, wake up to knocking at the door or something like that. Go to find out what it was. And then, boom. That morning, my mom and I were supposed to take him to the airport. We we're going to go get Elmer's tacos for breakfast burritos for the last night. And it's supposed to just be our goodbye. I didn't knock on this door. I was just super excited to see, that one last time, that one last little happy moment. I waited, and then I called, and she called. Just no answer. So I was like, maybe he's sleeping in, heavy sleeper. We'll get him up. So my mom's like, okay, let's just drive around. And she starts acting really weird. Making phone calls. I said a weird feeling. Jane's mother, she had not heard from Jimmy. She asked the apartment manager to go check on him. The apartment manager walked over to the front door, unlocked it, and noticed all of this blood streaking all over the floor. Closed the door. CSPD was called right away. 2 patrol officers came out, found Jimmy laid dead in a semi-conscious state, bleeding from a serious head wound. He was transported to the hospital. He suffered multiple fractures and a broken jaw. He suffered a traumatic brain injury. Something had hit him. But he has no recollection of what happened to him.
I woke up and I'd already been there almost a week. My left jaw is hurting. Got a pretty good gash on my head. My parents fly down from Alaska and come see me in the hospital. Doctor talking to my parents. They're trying to explain to them the situation as best they can. Apparently, I was drinking and something happened. I fell over, cracked my jaw, and busted my head on something or another.
Nah.
At some point during the night, Jimmy was semi-conscious, was able to drag himself down the hallway to his bedroom. And that's where he laid, probably going in and out of consciousness from roughly 8 o'clock at night to all into the next day.
Come to find out, apparently the officer that found me in my apartment didn't think it was foul play of any sort. So he didn't file any police paperwork. My dad, law enforcement for over 40 years. He knew something didn't sound right. Somebody has attacked you, the only way you end up with those kind of injuries. But he showed up to Colorado. He alone brought their regular full camera equipment, like you would do for an old family vacation. Except for dad, still a cop. So he's going into the apartment before he even lets mom in, and he's taking crime scene photos. My dad recognized that the area had suspicious activity. It wasn't an accident.
Well, she tells me he goes in the hospital. Why is he going to the hospital? Who is that an accident? My mom can give me story.
And I wanted to make any decisions. And I wanted to make any decisions for myself or anything. My parents didn't have any expectations about my ability to, recover my cognition.
After he was attacked, I started seeing the baseball bat in our living room. I saw an Xbox that looked exactly like Bo's. And Gears of War sticker on it, just like his. Sean would play a lot. I remember telling Sean, wow, my brother has the same Xbox. I was, yeah, man. and just blew it off. I did hear a story that Bo could have fallen into his head, but I didn't think they could tell. I just didn't know. Wasn't old enough to put together puzzle pieces that were there just yet. I just knew that my mom was into some things that she shouldn't be in.
In the fall of 2009, we started getting more and more criminal complaints from citizens in Colorado Springs. There were over 50 fraud victims. As we're investigating, we found out that Tammy had access to very sensitive credit information on people. With that access, she would apply for credit cards in their names.
She actually hide envelopes in those crates. She'd pull up the crate and hide stacks of envelopes. One time, I remember her putting on a wig and asked me if she looks like her friend in this driver's license. And she showed me a driver's license, trying to look like this person.
Tammy, being a manipulating personality, she recruits these two, Sean and Michelle, pretty much as her henchmen. Sean and Michelle, they were two homeless people, drug addicts, no jobs, no car, no money. They were dependent on Tammy. And that's how she was able to build this ring around her.
Tammy called and said that she was scared, that she was feeling she was going to be arrested. She thought people were investigating her and following her. When I asked her why she was being arrested, and she said, well, they're looking at me for things that I didn't do. And she wouldn't tell me. So I just listened to her. But again, this one has lied to me so many times that I had no idea what was true and what wasn't.
Tammy was arrested at the beginning of November, charged with offenses related to identity theft, white-collar crime, check fraud, credit card fraud.
When Tammy was arrested, I got custody of Christian. I had power of attorney from her, and I was able to go in to her condo. I spent 2 days cleaning up Tammy's condo after her arrest. What I found while going through Tammy's boxes was the life insurance policy that she had taken out on Bowden. I also found receipts of the credit card charges that she was paying for this policy. And when I looked at the policy itself, she had indicated that Bowden was her significant other. They weren't married. Bowden was strictly a roommate of Tammy's. I went immediately and called the detective who was working her case for financial fraud.
This case was going right along, but the complexion of the case suddenly changed quickly with information developed by Joyce Prince. I contacted the insurance company. They provided us the insurance policy. And at this point, we found out that Tammy Fritz went online and applied for this 10-year term life insurance policy for $150,000, insuring Jimmy Bowden. But Tammy Fritz is the 100% beneficiary of the policy. She didn't have to have Mr. Bowden sign anything. It was an electronic signature on the application. So from May of 2005 all the way to August of 2009, she is paying the policy premiums with her Visa credit card. We're in contact with Jimmy's father, who tells us this is the first time Jimmy has ever heard of this policy. He never took it out, knew nothing about it.
As soon as I saw the insurance policy that listed Tammy Fritz as my significant
Pop
other,
out.
I knew. sense.
Mm-hmm.
My birth certificate, my security card, everything. It became very crystal clear. The fire in the bedroom and others messing were not just random acts.
She's trying to kill you.
Attempt to cash in that cow.
So we just found this suitcase. So we thought like opening it up with the sticks because she's like, the sticks go. Oh. Okay, so she's flying the plane so we can see if it's actually a dead body. So we called the police twice. It's been 2 hours and the water is like rising.
Detectives are investigating the remains found in several bags on Friday at Duwamish Mill.
Detectives haven't been able to tight-lipped about some murders.
Turn that off, turn that off. I don't like to watch the news. This is why I don't like to watch the news. It's nothing but bad news. And little did I know that it was regarding my own son. Shortly after that, there was a knock on my door. It was Detective Cooper. And they asked if they could speak to me. They told me that they were there regarding Austin. I said, what about Austin? And they told me that he was found dead. My son and his sister, me and the kids, always together. Austin is my firstborn, and he was very boyish, driving his truck, 4-wheeling. That was Austin. You'd always find him tinkering on different cars or underneath it. Sometimes get mad. He was so social and always very big-hearted and loving. It was hard not to love him. Maybe Jessica fell in love with him for his blue eyes and his belly laugh and his sense of humor. Austin and Jessica met when he was about 20, and she was a little bit older, in her late 20s. From that day on, they were inseparable. Jessica Lewis is my niece. We always called her Jessie. She was so kind. She never said a bad word about anybody. She was just a ray of sunshine, honestly. My mom ran an adult family home. Jessica would always help paint their nails or helping them make lunches and assisting my mom. It just takes somebody with a big heart to be able to have that kind of patience. She was a good girl.
Jessica's a sweetheart. She was definitely in love with him, and he was in love with her. Austin was her man, and so she made a point of making sure that he knew that.
They were each other's escape from the hard parts of life. Austin was very emotional. Things affected him. And as he got older, I think that it became harder for him to cope with all that. That's when he turned to using drugs, and I got in that lifestyle.
There is more meth out there than ever before. It's stronger, cheaper.
Austin was still better than it was one of those things kind of, yeah, it was honest. He had nowhere to get it, and he could get it for me, and beat it in my house and get out of his way.
No.
Watching my son struggle with drugs
was probably one of the hardest things in my life. And having to turn him away. When he was 16, it was very hard. I had other children in the house. I just didn't know what came with the drugs, what type of people came with it. Austin and Jessica struggled with addiction. A few of our family members did. It's just something some families deal with. Ours is one of them. Throughout Austin's life, he's been in treatment a couple of times. It would work for a little while. And then it wouldn't work. I think that it was hard for them to stay clean together. When Austin and Jessica met, he moved in with her. They did become homeless after that because they continued using drugs. Austin had a reputation of stealing things, and so I really didn't want that around too much.
They live wherever they can play their happiest. Sometimes they live in my house, sometimes they live, in other places.
It was Austin's aunt who helped get them a place to live. My sister was living with Michael Dudley. She lived there for quite some time, a few years. He sometimes would let people live at his house. He had an Airbnb. My sister is a drug addict. She was living in a trailer on his property. She would make some of the meals for people, make sure the rooms were clean and ready for any guests that were coming over. And I would sometimes go over there and see her. Michael Dudley seemed very pleasant. He was very nice to me, respectful of me. He would sometimes take care of other people's pets when they were gone. He gave this persona of being very nice. He would call me if something was wrong with my sister. He had both my ex-husband Dean's phone number, my phone number. My sister was getting ready to move down to California. But before she left, she had introduced Austin to Michael Dudley. So Austin and Jessica moved in around October of 2019.
It was a unique situation because they had a place of their own finally. A place where they can go at night and chill out and sleep and, relax. And they could have their captive. It was a good thing for a little while.
When I first met Mike Dudley, I was moving from Switzerland to Seattle. I was needing a place to stay and a couple of pets. And so I Googled on Airbnb who would take pets. And there was someone quite close to the airport. I was going to be interviewing for multiple jobs I had applied to, so I thought it was a good central location. And the guy who's the host at the Airbnb, his name was Mike Dudley. He was responsive and pleasant. He said he actually had a dog of his own. I said, great. My dogs love dogs. I arrived with my two dogs to myself. It was just as cuter than the picture. I noticed off to the side of his garage, he had like this chicken coop. There were two different rims. There was the blue rim and there was a yellow. So I thought it's not going to be too crowded. Yeah. Michael Dudley was this kind of geeky computer programmer kind of guy. Dude, his Chihuahua was always right beside him, just following him, never on a leash.
his kitchen was really, really well stocked. And he said, make yourself at home. He knew that I was interviewing for these different jobs. Some of them were a couple of hours away, and I was trying to figure out transportation. And he was like, I can take you, don't worry about it. Wow, okay, thank you, that's nice.
Wow, that's nice. Like, gotta be careful of people like that. They got no sense of alert.
I noticed he was intelligent. He understood when I used obtuse phrases. He, would laugh about something, and he had a very dry sense of humor. He spent a lot of time in his basement. On one side, he had a big computer, and then on the other side, he had two of those huge computers. I just thought, well, maybe he's kind of got a compulsion for computers or something. One day he told me he was just going to go for his normal nighttime walk with the Duke. And I said, oh, great, let's go. We're walking around the neighborhood, chatting, and I remember Duke was off leash. I'm like, where is Duke anyway? And then we walked a little more, and we're like, oh, where is he? And there's this phone call, and a man told him, he said, I'm holding your dog. He's just been hit. I'm very sorry, the car that hit him didn't even stop, and he just died. So we walked there really quickly, picked up his dog. We got back. He went right back to his bedroom. He wanted to go lay down, and he took the dog with him. Mike slept with Duke, the dead dog, that night. As he continued to sleep with Duke for the next 2 or 3 nights, I was thinking, this is odd. I'm also a psychologist, and I was thinking this is a complicated grief reaction. This guy is in he's in a state of denial to the point where it's semi delusional.
Yeah, thanks.
This dog was dead. I mean, dead. It's probably time to, put him to rest. And he said, I don't think I'm ready yet. Get a freezer, he said,
Nah.
I'm gonna put him in there until, I'm just ready. And then he put him in his freezer, and the whole time I stayed there, which was over a month, the dog was still in the freezer. As a favor for Austin's aunt, Jesse would help house clean in return for being able to stay there. Michael Dudley used to get a lot of press when it auction, and there were a lot of press doing going. So Austin would often be working on those posts for him. Austin didn't share a whole lot of what was going on in the house with me. But he did mention there were a lot of rules living in the house, that he had cameras everywhere. Michael Dudley knew everything that went on at that house. Everybody needed permission to go in there. I went over one time shortly after Austin and Jessica moved in. Austin had called him to ask and see if he could come inside the house. And Michael Dudley would probably be keeping track of how long we were staying. So we only stayed about a half an hour. Why that is, I don't know. That's the big question. What was happening?
gotta understand that Mike Dudley and all the people that were that house were up to no good, really. And often, Mike Dudley would have Austin or Jesse or both of them go and do little jobs for him, whether it's stealing someone's car parts for him. I heard it from a couple different people that he ran this whole little name of fenced goods, things like that. Austin is somebody who doesn't have a lot of choices of where to live. It was a clean environment, kept him out of the weather. And so I think that they just learned to live with kind of his strangeness. Leave your first 5K. His first day be like, she's gonna meet with you first. The rest of understands. First times, change. It's body created without being talented assistants. First time. Because first times aren't easy. Because they don't know essential class. It was 2019 and my dad had a series of problems and I had to quickly get to Kansas. Anyone that was going to take care of my dogs was going to be a favor because it was super last minute. And Mike said he would. And I'm thank you. I mean, they've been there before. I knew he was good because he was a dog lover. So I didn't give it a second thought. My dogs are my friends. One of my dogs named Ringo is Jack Russell. The other name was Pepper. And they've been raised together, so they're fixtures together. That was my son. They were with me all the time. That's how close we were. So they landed back out at Mike's house. Mike shared with me that he had some new people staying in his house. He mentioned his new brothers were Austin and Jessica. They did notice like this taking in some more street or edgy people. While I was in Kansas, I would check in with my almost every day to touch with my dogs and also check what was going on. My dad, he was being supportive in general, and my dogs were great. And then one day he told me that they were gone. They had run away. What? My heart dropped out of my body on the side of myself. Mike's reassuring me. He's not looking. He's doing everything in the world to do for my dogs. It was all time. At least 2 weeks that both of them were gone. I'm becoming physically ill. I'm sick. They weren't shipped, but they didn't have their columns with identification on it. And so I was always calling the microchip company and whatever I hit, but it was just Ringo. And Mike said, I really don't think your dog. Mike sends me this video going to these people's house. All is good, happy. Then it was Pepper. So I was sending him pictures and please look for Pepper. I have that Pepper too. I was out of town over a month, almost 2 months, and Pepper was never found during that whole time. When I got back, Mike actually was the one who picked me up. And I just remember it was raining a lot. I'm still crying about Pepper, but I know Ringo's gonna be there, and I know, and Ringo jumps up and he's happy to see me as normal, and I'm just thank God, my dogs. We're there for a few minutes, and
I just sat down at the kitchen table, got something to drink, and Mike disappeared. I didn't know what he was doing. And then all of a sudden, I look up. And he has fucking head. This whole day, one of his heads. He looked at me, just dead straight. I killed him. I said, you killed Pepper? Yeah, I killed Pepper. I said, why did you kill Pepper? And then he says, he killed her baby. So that's where not. I said, how? He said, I hit him. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, it takes a lot of hitting to kill a dog. As a psychologist, my clinician is kicking in because I know there's something deeply disturbed going on.
Yeah,
This
girl.
is someone who is volatile. He was mad at me, but he was wanting me to know this distress, this dog might have caused. I just had to say, keep it together, Shelley. This person flipped and killed me. I just like, this is too much. I fucking killed my dog. So I just kept myself straight as I could. I asked Ted, so Mike, where did you marry Pepper? And he said, Austin and I cremated him. So then I went back to the other room and locked the door. And I called an Uber and I left. Austin had told me one day that Michael Dudley had killed a little puppy. And he left it there for others to see. And I'm thinking, why are you living there? This is not a good environment. And is he and Jessica going to be safe here? Austin told me that he saw through his window a bunch of guns being unloaded. And he didn't know for sure, but he thought maybe Michael Dudley knew that he saw them and that they weren't supposed to see that. And he was nervous about it. Austin and Jessica said, we need to get out of here. We're moving on. I said, well, are you safe to stay there now? And they told me, yeah, we're fine. This was right about when COVID started. And that was probably one of the biggest mistakes of their life.
Austin and Jessica came over to my house, and they were concerned that he was going to do something, And as they left my house, literally, they said, well, if you don't see us again, did.
I would call them, every couple of weeks or so, and I hadn't heard from him. So I was ringing his phone, and his phone wasn't working. Well, that was kind of typical of Austin because he either always sold his phone or he didn't have his phone or it was dead. But the first time that I realized something was wrong was when I couldn't get a hold of Jessica. She always had her phone. So I called Dean, Austin's dad, and we weren't able to get a hold of anybody at the house, which was strange. So we started leaving Michael Dudley messages. And I said, I've not been able to get a hold of you. We're looking for Austin and Jessica. I need you to come back more.
Nice, 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 nice hot shower right there.
They were down in a hurry and then left me this big giant mess to clean up. And I said, well, I'll come over and clean it up.
you know, he said, oh, that's okay, that's okay. You don't need to come over. So then we started getting nervous and we started looking for them.
Detectives are investigating the remains found in several bags on Friday at the Walnish Head.
The medical examiner's office has not released any information about the person who died. Seattle police are actively investigating.
When we responded to the dump site at Alki, it was a suitcase and a duffel bag. 3 days later, we were contacted by the King County Major Crimes Unit, and they informed us that they had another dump site off of DeWamish, which is approximately 7.5 miles away from our house. And they believed it was related to our case.
A person was walking, discovered another suitcase. They were walking, in fact, walking their dog, and the suitcase drew the dog's attention. They saw the body parts. That individual also saw the news and called the police.
This was our second dump site, right in the bushy area down here along the edge. The water was all the way in, about 5 feet of standing water. The body parts were packaged in the same bags, and the suitcase was consistent with the ones we already had.
After the detectives located the body, we still don't know where they were killed, how they were killed. And we were still using significant number of body parts.
So when we finally went to the autopsy, medical examiner's office concluded that Jessica was shot at least 4 times. And 1 round sucker, I believe, an artery to her arm. Austin, we've never recovered this torso or the lower half of this body. But the medical examiner's office ruled, because they were together, that more likely they both died of the same cause. And we know this crime has occurred weeks ago. So the chance of finding evidence of location is nil. We need to find out who these people we're associating with, who they have issues with, who have issues with them. At that point, we want to start talking with their friends, their family, people that were close to get an idea of where they were living at, if they were living anywhere. So the first family members we contacted was Austin's family.
We were constantly looking for Austin. By the time we decided that we were going to do a missing persons, there was a knock on my door, and it was Detective Cooper. I asked where he was found and how he died, and they told me that he was found outside. Later that night, we looked up the date in Seattle because we were trying to get information, because they didn't tell us much of anything. And the only thing that came up was the suitcases. With having my son and Jessica being found in such a populated area, a popular area, this being on the news, and then they also going on social media, just compounded our grief, our fears. Those weren't suitcases that washed them. Those were human beings. That was my son. And that was Jessica. They were real people. I talked to my brother. I'll just never forget his voice, and he was just like, they didn't have to cut him up, you know. And I just can't believe it. It's seeing that with my brother, that's what drove me to want to know what really happened, you know?
We were able to ascertain that probably the last time they were seen alive by Charlene was the 29th of May.
They were living at a place in Burien, south of West Seattle, and that precinct is always busy with narcotics and narcotics trafficking issues. Charlene actually did not know the address, but she was able to take us to that location in our car. And the landlord was a person by the name of Michael. When we did a records check on that location, that's when we first discovered the name Michael Dudley. As investigators, we started doing our background on Michael Dudley through records checks, through law enforcement databases. We learned that he had a conviction for drugs. He had some other arrests, minor arrests. There were numerous witnesses that came forward and said Michael Dudley used crack and he used methamphetamine. On our drive-by, we noticed there were cameras at that location. A lot of people that are involved in meth in their homes from my past narcotics experience, they always had surveillance systems. The one thing that piqued our interest is something Austin's dad, Dean, told us during our interview with him. One more call, he began looking for Austin and Jessica. But they didn't respond to any of his messages. He stated he actually went to Michael's house.
So I went over to his house and said, hey, you heard from Austin. That way told me that him and Jessica moved out of the house in a hurry. And he said they left a big mess in the bedroom and he was cleaning it out. And I noticed, and you know, there was stuff like his clothes at the base of his garden. How do you know it was Austin and Jessica's clothing? Because I knew my son's clothing because the bulk of his clothing I had bought for him.
We just thought that that was strange because that's all they have. They have their suitcases, they have their clothes, they have food. They wouldn't leave those things behind.
Was Michael Dudley at this point a person of interest? Yes, he was. As we continued to investigate this case, we talked to one witness that lived on the north side of Michael Dudley that asked us, are you guys here for the shots fired incident that occurred on the 9th?
My husband and I believe that we just heard that talk next door, and now we can hear somebody screaming for help. Okay, try you again.
My wife called this and then it's all about possible gunshots next door. And someone screaming for help.
Have you heard any additional disturbance since then?
Yeah, the yelling kind of continues. Just asking for help and please stop. Don't do this. Let me just leave. Let me just leave. Let me just leave.
Okay, I'll get them.
Alright. There was a 911 call from the neighbors, and there was a police response. Police knocked on the door, no one was present, and because they didn't have anything else to go on, at that point they didn't have probable cause for crime or anything further investigate. That was for us a very good starting point for our forensics. Within days, we wrote a search warrant for Jessica's phone, believing that that's the phone they were primarily using. We would get Jessica's phone records back on June 9th, and the night that the 911 calls. The last cell site that that phone pinged on was less than a mile from Mr. Dudley's residence. So that piqued our interest. Jessica's phone was turned off and never turned back on again. 10 days later, June 19th, is when the first set of body parts was located on Alakai Beach by the teenagers. As we were working this case and building our case up, we were contacted by a witness that had been taken into custody on unrelated matters by the King County Bureau of Precinct. We would eventually have a conversation with this witness. This witness gave us information that she had arrived at Michael Dudley's residence in the late evening hours of the 9th
of June of 2020 and ended up staying there. So this is regarding the case that we're investigating, and it's a homicide case. And who's your current planner? His name is Michael Jeffy. Do you remember when you got there? Was anybody else there? No, it was so quiet. Mike's glasses had been broken. It looks like he had been suffered. College fence rules, right? Scratches and everything. Did you know my two victims, Austin and Jessica? No, I did not know them personally. I had never seen them personally. I just know that they were arrested in the bedroom, and now they are arrested this time. Okay. The day that I officially really stayed overnight, I opened the door, and right here on the ground is heaps of clothing. I can see the figure of the body. And then the hands take off. But yeah. I was in the living room. I was like, told me, is there somewhere you can jump me for something to do this? This particular witness provided some very key details for the detective. First of all, she provided information that was not publicly released, which makes it easier for us to believe the rest of her story. Anything else in that record? There was something yesterday that got freaked out. Looks like a blow. I said, what happened? He jumped into Boy's gun, misfired, and instant. I tried to swoop down. I couldn't report to anybody because I was scared to put my eye through. You know what I'm saying? Take it back. The witness is a person with a very heavy criminal background in theft, things of that nature, drugs. She had a history of prostitution, and for all her flaws, this witness came across as being very truthful about what she saw on that night, that late hours of the night. And to me, it was clear that she feared for her life and her safety. She was scared to death. Knowing the information we just gleaned from the interview, we believe that Michael Dudley was the person responsible for the death of Austin and Jessica. On August 19th is when the police was able to search his home and arrest him pursuant to a warrant. I think Michael Dudley had two personas. He has his day side, where he wanted to make himself look like an everyday John Doe citizen. And then he had the night side, where he partook in drug use on a regular basis. And then like to have the persona, he wasn't someone being messed with. So he could play both sides. Anything else, partner? Keep the stand, please. Do you have no idea this about? Am I under arrest? Check the feedback arrest, that's what you. We're under investigation of homicide.
You know why you did it.
And forensic people out there going to your property and take something. Okay. Austin and Jessica live with you. Apparently that's the last place they were seen. Are you out of your mind? You're saying, honest, you are? Okay, they're my friends.
Yeah, nigga, nah.
I go out there, people were like, point the finger at you. They actually told people, they said, if anything bad ever happened to us, look at Mike. I don't know.
Yeah, right. Like you don't fucking know.
What did you call me? Because a lot of people that your friends that had in the problem either for years, they shot us. Just think about it. Oh, I like to propose. Sure. Yeah. Michael Dudley never in our interview could explain why he didn't come forward after seeing in the news that Austin and Jessica.
Right.
Did you have any problems with Austin at all? I mean, we were that was real shit. They were pretty prolific and that vision. His habit was to steal in order to get back in the house. He was playing some very dangerous games. But gangster stuff. And I got this right. They came out to Simone to rob Mexicans to owe money to some cartel. Wow, man. What he robbed from the smoke? It said it was like duffel bags full of dough.
He would give us red herrings to try to distract us.
You ever shoot your gun in your house? I have occasionally. What are your plans if people find you?
Well, I think well, Jason Paul Cooper, you got bullet strikes in this blue room.
What's that mean?
Well, I'm asking you because I'm asking you to recall you're going to be discharged in that room at any time.
Oh no.
The hell out of here.
The room called the blue room, the room that Oscar and Jessica was living in, had just been repainted, just been cleansed. You could still smell the cleansers in the air. There were bullet strikes in that room. We would eventually dig bullets out of the walls. I got a bed right here. There's bullet strikes on the bed. While we never recovered the gun, ballistic is able to tell these 3 bullets were fired from the same gun. Has anybody been injured in that room or anything? Because I believe cold blood.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jessica got her thigh. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Get the hell out of here.
Opposite end of the headboard from where the bullet strike was. The CSI and the blood spatter specialist would find what's known as a blood splain that tested positive eventually for Austin's blood. Once we arrested him, I asked for 3 months of Mr. Dudley's cell phone records. There was only one time his phone ever left here in that 3 months, and that was on the late hours of June 18th to the early morning hours of the 19th, where the phone came into West Seattle, circled out of West Seattle, down by Blue Wash, and back home. It just so happens that our dump sites are right along those locations where his phone was painted. I believe, based on the violent history between these 3 individuals, something occurred the evening of the night at his house, where eventually he shot these individuals. And in the end, we dismembered them and packaged their body parts in suitcases, and then realized I need to dispose of them.
According to details of a gruesome case of 2 bodies found in a suitcase on Alki Beach in Seattle. The county prosecutors charged landlord Michael Dudley and 2 counts of second-degree murder.
Well, when Mike Dudley first showed up in court, he acted like he didn't know what was going on. He was like, "What's going on?" I understood for a little man. I don't know what's going on here. Who does he think he's fooling? He's not as smart as he thinks he is.
We don't know for a fact what motivated Michael Dudley to kill Jessica and Austin. Was it an argument over drugs? Was it an argument over some other transactions? We don't know. Nor we need to know for the purposes of proving a murder charge. What I can prove is the fact that we used to follow people with these problems, dismembering the bodies, hiding them in suitcases, disposing them in multiple bodies in the water.
David Jury, Brandon defendant Michael Dudley, guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree as charged in count 1. Today, a jury found Austin and Jessica were murdered by their landlord, 62-year-old Michael Dudley.
Dudley expected to be sentenced and faces life in prison without parole.
The day that he walked in for sentencing in his red jailhouse suit, it wasn't until the judge told him that he would be basically spending the rest of his life in jail. I broke down and cried. That was the best outcome that I could get from this year, was to see him sitting there with handcuffs on, getting his fingerprints taken, knowing that he got away with a lot of stuff in his life. He messed with the wrong, messed with the wrong detectives.
Good for his ass.
To this day, we've never recovered the rest of the money.
Pissed me off. Old ass man out there harming people.
Black bags. So, today.
There we go.
It's just not. Because I'm over family. I'm good people. You always want to do this. Give it some. I remember that. I couldn't find the rest of us. That was.
I really thank the Seattle Police Department and the prosecutor for everything they've done. Horrific person, awful, terrible, as he has been, not knowing where my son was. And that, and I really truly believe that God has a soul in the face where I was guilty, to survivor, that we can bring favor. They were 50, and I really feel like God brought me there because he knew that that's somewhere that I always was. And really, I was blessed.
I've got insulation. So it's cracked. Look at that.
That's how it was.
My energy is blood. It is like a challenge. PSCNG's all managed solutions save up to 30%.
At that time, town and there, created homeless. Volunteers in America was five at that time. Our goal was to get them off the street and get them to mental health services. And each of them live. They suffer from paranoia, nothing's going to from getting education living situation. On the very first day of the I knew they would help. His first name was Alejandro Gonzalez. People call her. I'm the son of Leo. He had a lot of delusions and a lot of fears. I recognize that. White and father. Early morning person came to stand to one of the things. He began to get physical at age 16. His parents tried to help him and put him to many and they gave him 3 months. When he got, he went home. He didn't tell his but he did end up at the he wasn't but he was the one person who was not staying there. And so right away I said, why isn't he in a place for mentally ill? And they said, no, because some of those houses aren't good. He might not be treated well. To be a place that's so well recommended. There is nothing about saying to school. And she really is really good care for her friends. Lucia Fuente was loved by her community and loved by local politicians because of what she donated to campaigns and things. She would donate to local charities and give them bags of clothing. She was taking care of all those people. She treated her neighbors well. Every Wednesday or Thursday was burrito. And so she was getting free food. When someone moved into Dorothea lived on the top floor, and they lived down below. These were people that some would call the shadow people of our society. Some of the boarders that she would take in were alcoholic, some had mental disabilities. They had very little to do with the relatives. Out of their social security checks, or what monies they had, they would pay for their rent. Their meals were provided as part of that payment.
in some of these cases, she became the person that could actually sign those checks and place them in the bank, which she did.
So we went to Hermione's house to see if it would be okay for her. She seemed so sweet. She had a box of kittens. She had little bottles of milk that she was feeding them. And she said, "Excuse me, I got the keys here." I'm really impressed with that. She was nice. When we went downstairs to the room, and then we spoke that I was familiar. His name was John. I said, "There's a lot of pluses. Maybe it's a different room, but to have a nice place has it's works very good for us." I thought this does sound like a good fit. I mentioned it to her, and she said, "Well, I'm independent and wealthy. I just have these people here because I like helping people. In order to live in Berkeley, we're going to get social security checks to pay for what's moving. We didn't have any connection with this family, so she said, I will be his baby." So I went back to detox and they said, "Well, let's let him try." And then before Bird seemed to be thriving under Dorothy's care. I was very pleased with this. Developed friendships within the house. His own bed, his own recliner, his own TV. It was nice that he had this. He liked to be very I didn't want to keep that somebody was doing. So I did call Rita to check on her. After a few months, she told me that it wasn't here right. That he was in Mexico staying with her brother. There had been a fiesta. And hearing that, it's not my brother-in-law. There was something very wrong with that. She said, "We'll be back. Maybe say Friday." When I called, "No, he isn't here. He'll be back next week. Don't worry about it."
instance,